for us is that at the Skolkovo Foundation, we don't have production sites. The companies that come to us, then they go to different regions. And we always say that if you want to have the partners in Bashkiria, for example, in the Republic, go to the Republic and find companies that will work with you together, because it's if you just want to sell your production, your goods, then you just come to B2B and then discuss your projects and show information about them. But if you want to share the technologies with the local companies and you want to speak with them, but in this field, it is better, and we get the opportunity so that the effect is reached. So I believe it happens with not only with Skolkovo. I believe Technopolis has the same, and in this area, we have some new modern processes. We are very grateful for the help of different regions of our country, because our experience became interesting for different companies, and we share it so that so for example, here in Bashkiria, we are trying to get a regional operator. If you need some more additional information about that, so then we will speak more specifically. So in general, we are very grateful, and we are very proud of it, that among our regional operators, we have Innopolis, Novosibirский Akademgorodok, that work together with very famous brands, not less famous as Skolkovo, for example. A lot of projects, so we realize together. So when we speak about the infrastructure growth, we understand that this infrastructure should work not only in Skolkovo, but around all Russia. And generally, our partners also, their experience is also interesting, and their business proposals that they're going to share with us today, and that we need not only to use the result that we get in the infrastructure, but the very important thing that we need to take big companies and work with them in the field of developing this infrastructure. So if you have some questions about Skolkovo, so being a moderator, I would be very glad to answer, but I want to leave some time to my colleagues, so let me give the time to Sergei Gladkih, the director of the Center for Technological Internship, head of the business accelerator.com enterprise. So if you have some suggestions or if you have some questions, we will be glad to listen and to include these proposals into the program. I will try to address them to the government of the Republic and different SCO and BRICS organizations, so that we may together continue. So, Sergei, we give you the floor. So, where's my presentation? Hello. Let me start with since being born in Ufa, so I'm glad that today we're here in Ufa. So and first let me start. Yes, so I understand, and we have several suggestions because I know what's need to be done here in the region. So for the 7 years that I'm doing this job, I've looked through more than 1,000 projects, and here I present the summary of what we have from different suggestions, and the question is why they want to become the start-uppers and businessmen. So the hope to earn more is not the only and sometimes not the leading motive for them. People do startups to be independent from their job. Sometimes people make business projects because they want to introduce the topic or the things that they like, and just the business trip. Some people want to change the world. So the most important thing here is that I want to state is that earning money is not always the leading motive. So next slide, please. Thank you. So take a look. If we speak about startups, and startups is about money, so then we speak that the typical story is that, one, we need to lower the risks, and we want to increase the earnings. So let me show some stories, kind of cases. So when my students, when they come to study internship, so I send them to McDonald's, our local Ufa McDonald's. So they go to McDonald's. So they try to find the place looking like, and they may see that their McDonald's has the same structure, the same ideas, and but the income there is different. Yeah, so their salary may be different there, and the conclusion that I get here is that the main risk here is of why all this people, like only 1 in 10 internship businesses survive. So I give that there are a lot of risks, like lack of financing, and all they happen because people just don't know what to do. And in this case, if you want to speak about the infrastructure for a startup, the first place I give to education. So the second, so we need eco-structure and innovations. But the most important, which I want to point out here, is the main thing, that it is the culture. So the set of unwritten rules of the understanding of how we live. Again, I'll show you the reasons for startup. And I want to point out that such things as realization of projects, so they all depend not only on education, but their upbringing and the culture. And this culture forming, this thesis, what I want to stipulate today, is that we're going to discuss, and sometimes it is possible to solve some problems only on the international levels. Of course, the first thing here is breaking the barriers, because if a person lives in Ufa, in Shanghai, or any other place in the world, of course he needs to be open his barriers, yeah, to join some other cultures and to think globally. So we need different models of behavior. For example, we need to cultivate the business behavior, kind of. We need the environment for them, so that this environment may lead person to the business, so he may find people who will support him, and everyday triggers that may push him to the business life. So what tools do we have for that? So I have a list of the most important things that I think are the most important. The first is the places of power, as I call them, starting with a very cozy cafe where people can gather in and discuss things, to technoparks like in Kazan, for example, or like in the polis, like a new type city. So they need different kinds of networks, different kinds of systems of tutors and mentors, accelerators. Then we need the events, of course, that we may share the mobility, so that we may go to the experience of different foreign companies. So you see the building on the picture, and there are some numbers above that we try to fulfill the approach that we are speaking about. So, and in this case, we see that students, when we created the right atmosphere, the number of projects increased. But also, I would like to speak with you here is like what we're going to have after the forum. So we will speak and then we will go away. So, and I have some suggestions that to discuss. The first, international mentor program, so that some international businessmen may be the tutors or mentors for the new businessmen. So then international competitions, international. So we offer not to be one of the sites for such competitions. So of course we speak about oil and gas projects because Ufa is famous for that. So, and we suggest to have the international forum here, and we may suggest to have mutual expertise and mutual discussion of that. So, and we want to speak with the representatives of your countries that what you may do for such things. So, thank you very much, Sergey.
Thank you very much. No. Look, Technopark, as I wrote in the slide, I think that Technopark is like a place of power. If we speak about Strugatsky brothers, there's a tower which attracts power. And Technopark of UGNT is a Technopark where several events take place, not only for students, but there are also various forums and exhibitions for different people. Of course, most people are students, but also other people can take part in these events, and many events are open for various people. I'd like to point out that infrastructure is a center of prototyping, and there are several sites, but we don't know actually a lot about that, and we don't use that because there are a lot of supporting system of government which support innovation companies, and we know there is an idea, but it's not sold. So from our experience, if we see that this idea is profitable and different enterprises are ready to give money for that, so please come to Technopark and show your ideas. And if your idea is really interesting, there will be people who will support you. I'm sure of that. So among all those 2,000 companies that came to us, there were a lot of ideas that were really interesting for other people. So Sergey, speaking about our infrastructure, there is a lack of experience. there are situations when different scientists and developers are just not ready to open their ideas to other people. When they go to market, they are afraid of giving the things for outsourcing that they have invented themselves. Why it happens? Well, that's only maybe about the problem, the question about culture, for example, and the power in Technopark actually decides this problem. So speaking about support and our complexes, we will try to think about some suggestions later. There was a question about what Technopark is, so let me give the floor to Galeev Vladimir Andreevich. And we'll speak about Technopolis, which is one of the most interesting partnership which form and shows what kind of infrastructure actually should be and how we can unite it into one actual unit. Thank you very much, Alexander. If you can show our presentation, I will be very grateful. And give me my clicker, please. No, that's not what I need. No, that's not the right presentation. Please give me the other one. In Nepalis, it's called. No? Only Technopolis? No, that's Technopolis. Arslan's going to speak later. Okay, right. Let's speak about presentation. What I'm going to speak about, Sergey started very well speaking about culture, but before speaking about culture, we need to speak about people. There should be someone who can carry the culture. So that's what we try to create in Innopolis, the youngest city in Russia. It's one of a kind in the history of post-Soviet Union and in the history of Russia. It was created in an open clear space, and it's only 20 years old. We've been created for only one goal, to provide workers of IT field in Russia. So in Russia, we lack about 1 million of IT workers, and to form our national economic, we need more than 1,000 people who can work in this field. So more than 50% who work in Russia tend to go abroad. Here in Innopolis, we try to create a source of the increase of new workers to form the first IT university in Russia. Sergey was correct to say about the place of power. We bring together social and educational and business fields in one place to promote these ideas. As I already said, we're only 4 years old. We founded in 2015 officially, and we've built only for 3 years, and in 2015 was the start of our city. As you can see, there was an open space, and last time we took place where you can see just the same view as we are now. More apartments have been built, and we try to develop. To create such stories and such infrastructure innovation, you need to pay attention to international experience. We've done it with the help of attracting international experts. Leo Taiker, the follower of Lee Kuan Yew, the father of Singapore economical miracle, the architecture of Singapore, has created our plan. 3 key points that we have is a city, university, and we are providing organization that we provide business structure and tax regime for the towns, the nearby towns. Infrastructure need to develop. We're not regional operators right now, but we are thinking about that. Well, very close relationships are being built right now. Yeah, and we are fulfilling one aim right now. Yes, Skolko is federal. We are federal projects as well, but Skolko is a big project now, and we are not really a big project. Well, you can see it on the screen. There's like typical apartments. About 3 people live there, and about 1,500 people come to work there. We've divided into 3 parts. First, a person doesn't know what this town is, so they need an apartment to live there. A one-room apartment, first of all, it is furnished completely, and there are also 3 rooms apartments. For those who have already found their place in our city, we provide townhouses there. All right. Something wrong with the presentation. Now, right now it's for work. We have townhouses. So in order to our infrastructure actually lives, it starts not only with business, but you can't adopt culture to an adult. You need to develop from the very beginning, from childhood. So we have this kind of infrastructure where small children of 3-year-old children start to learn English. We give them some knowledge of robotechnics, and we also have physical mathematical lesson where we try to gather the winners of physics and mathematical competitions. So people should not only to work there, but also to relax. We don't have good infrastructure right now about different attractions, etc. So people need to go to Kazan. But we have medical infrastructure here. It's just a different story. Innovations can't develop apart from science. So that's why we have Technopark and School Tech, Technopark of UG and TU on the basis of the university. We have our own university in Apolis, first IT university in Russia, which informational information security, robotechnics, sensorics. That's what we focus on here in Russia, and they develop a special map for that. Our residence company, which is developing the innovation, is, in the first place, people, workers. We understand that now it's time for our company. We provide tax help, but that's not really interesting for our company, such as forming of workers. And we've created a center of looking for staff where we form teams, and we need to understand that this is the only way how innovations can develop. Going back to our subject today, only thanks to the particular project, for example, where we had body shop where people kind of rented. This is really important. It's important to develop innovations and products. A certain idea needs to be developed with certain people, and when all these components are gathered in one place, innovation is developed effectively. I'm not going to focus on our technical economical parameters. Nowadays we have 99 residence partners. We've crossed 10 million billions investments. For this year, of course, it's not something big, but we need to understand that here as well as in Skolkovo, it's investment in people, that all these money are spent to create material actives. I need to give floor to different speaker. Thanks very much.
Thank you much indeed. The infrastructure which is created in the polis is not only interesting but also very important in the point of the previous speaker, Sergey, because we have the culture here, and it's very great that today we understand that the most important thing here is people. And apart from Skolkovo and other technoparks, we have one more we have one more structure as special structures. Yes, so now we give the floor to Arslan Ayupov, and he will tell us about the Technopolis Moscow and this economical and technological zones, and the creation of them is interesting, and he will probably tell us about that. So sometimes we hear that for special economic zones, it is great and interesting only when the companies with income come, and in this it is interesting. And the same happenings with the territories of the extra fast development, and of course when when smaller companies come, well, I have the idea that for such zones, these companies are not very interesting. If I'm wrong, just tell us about that. Hello, dear guests. Thank you for inviting me. I'll try to answer all of the questions in my presentations. So it's great for me too, because I'm also from Ufa. So let me tell you something about the Technopolis. So we are the project. We are rather young, and we started in 2012, but we're rather successful because our site is full about 80%. So if connect us with the other big companies in the projects as Technopolis, we cannot compare us to them because we are kind of the second step. Yeah, when the companies have already grown and they have some client base, they have some production. apart from Russia, there are a lot of countries with already infrastructure, so this is a must-have for them. So infrastructure for me is the first place. I believe it's important. So then location, for example, so being close to work, so that workers may come easier. Then engineer system. So here on the slide you see that the tax privileges are the last here. About 3 or 4 years ago, so just I don't want to say something bad about government workers, because they thought that if we give them these privileges, it's okay. But sometimes I may say that we don't really need these privileges. What we need are good neighbors, good infrastructure, and so that our workers feel good and comfortable at this location. And we see that the world is changing and this format is changing. And when we spoke about the big amount of square meters and the territories, now we speak about these innovational companies. They are introduced into productional nets, and the territories become less and less. So they in territories, so they may now companies need to be closer to the customers, so that they may share their production. So, and the technological base is my following topic, and basing on what our experience that we have, we understood that in Moscow and in regions we don't have such formats for big such companies. We have a lot of technoparks, but what is technoparks? It's an office of class B, but not a lot of technoparks have territories for production, and we have technoparks where they have big territories, but we need some kind of a middle thing, and we actively develop this middle thing format. So we have different kinds of suggestions that we may share, and generally such things that were introduced. So I'm finishing. So one of the most craziest projects is the industrial zone in Egypt. So we started this project from the beginning, and then we got to 12 billion dollars. So in Suez Channel, we're going to have a new industrial zone, and we call it kind of technological technological summer camp. People gathered here, and so why not to do it in Gelendzhik on the bank of on the seashore, and they may create such projects there. Okay, we have information about 2 projects, but it doesn't work. It's about the industrial park and a microelectronics cluster. It's an interesting project. So Angström is our biggest one of the biggest partners. So they decided to make some site where microelectronics companies may gather together. We help them, and this project is now being realized. Now, thank you very much. I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Arslan. Thank you a lot. Well, actually, it's one of the proof. Thank you very much that you post me that the economical industrial trends tell us that there should be just a small company that needs good neighbors, or where you can have a good place with good equipment, and it's really important to understand when our first speaker was speaking about the culture, that it's really important, and the openness of the company. And the second very important point is that we can discuss it with our regional operators after creating a technopark, or for example regional operators Kolko. there should be creation of technopolicies in every regional operator. So, for example, they in Moscow, I don't come real frequently. Welcome, come here to us in Moscow as much as you can. Yeah, it's really impressive. Okay, Arslan, you said that the best prom park in the world is Turkish prom park. On your opinion, have you managed to repeat that success? I can't say that Gebze is the best technopark in the world because there are several good technoparks in China, Germany, the US. I can say that the Gebze is a great project because it's it is a private state where they can have where they have all resources themselves. Gebze is private absolutely. There is Siemens, LG, very huge international companies, and government doesn't take part in their work. So this is a great advantage there, and they can provide good conditions for them. Thank you very much, Arslan. We have some time. I can see that here our colleagues have several projects, but if colleagues allow us to continue and listen to other speakers, then after all of that, we can answer all these questions. Any innovation or development, any infrastructure is connected closely with other infrastructures, which would give structural and financial support. So here we have Konstantin Greenfield, Vice President of Innovational Block of Vice Presidential Innovation and Digital Economic State Development Corporation, VEBRF. So I'm going to speak about our trip and what we were doing there, the specific of infrastructure. It's the most important point in our development. It's focused on huge stores here, which it is focused on support of innovational companies in the market, and we have different activities as investment of the companies from our own balance and from creating various partner funds around the company, and there is a corporation MSPS with its own fund and F House, which is involved in discussing the financing of various projects as Technopark and others, real estate projects and other zones. And so our activity, one of our main activities is working with international foreign companies and building relationships and connections with those foreign companies, and let our companies to go to foreign market, international market via our company. So innovational project, as I already said, there are about 200 financial and non-financial tools in our institute, and so that's how we can support various projects. And the second aim is creation of financial support and partnership with the institutes of development. So recently, we are to coordinate other development institutes, and we organize various strategies initiatives. Speaking about building of technoparks, here is a financing company. Nowadays, we look through several amount of projects. And obviously, we support the existing technoparks and the existing zones that have already proved possibility of creating one and another zones as innovational cluster development. And for us, as for a bank, one of the key points is the feedback of money feedback, because we can provide finance, and then we hope for realization of side effects which are important for a bank. And in reality, it's a very important build breaker in various cases. There are a lot of them. And if you have an experience of a good realization on the first stage, it's well, you can't say that other stages will be realized the same way if you just copy your way of realization. And there are different demands in various regions, so you can't just copy your decision and spread it into all the regions. As the previous speaker has already said, it's a really unique field, and supporting of different internships and support of regional enterprises is very important. The interest of regional government and their support is really important, and sometimes we can see this, and on the in other regions we can see geographical closeness to various markets. And the effectiveness of the managing company and people who work with it is very important. So there are a lot of different factors, and we look at each project on behalf of various points, as in regional, so as on the federal level. And there are enough people who can raise companies on the other level, and we can look at the other investitions. Speaking about the other infrastructure, creating of cooperative funds, and we can say not all the companies like government sectors and other corporations most interested in this, and not all of them can can say what a particular company actually needs. And the chain of buying is very important, and we form a corporate fund. For example, one of the funds has been launched recently. We can see mandate in oil and chemistry field, and we help with packing. We can help with packing the case, speaking about the customer, and a conception of lower risk, where we have off-takes and various strategies where they can use all these innovations. That's what we've just done with Gazprom Neft, and we're talking to other companies too about creating such fund. And also, we collaborate with regions, with regional governments, and create we on the basis of regions, we create investments to raise regional companies to on the federal levels. For example, we've signed up. We collaborate with Yakutia, for example, in this story. And the last story in this chain is going outside the outside Russian Federation and create fund. For example, we work with corporation in India now, Indian market and Singapore market. In Singapore, on the first place, we think to use a platform as a bridge between Russian and Asian market concerning the use of technological equipment. It's really difficult to check all the partners of the foreign market, and it's not easy to find them. And sometimes there are a lot of problems to organize permanent partnership with various companies. So we unite Russian funds with others, Fund Shri, and we want to build up international cooperating chains, the cooperating nets. RED is active, and in each region we have departments focused on various exporters, and in Dubai, for example, several months ago, an individual center was launched about technological innovations. We can bring our Russian companies to an international market, and if we go back to infrastructural structure, our package, we have active participating in regional development, collaborating with technoparks and technopolicies of the. With the help of regional government support, we can create strategic partnership, long-term partnership, and on the logic of investing REIT, we try to realize on our platform while collaborating with other people in our fund. With other accelerators, we also use this logic where they have their own chain. We increase the amount, and we increase the amount they on their next level of development. So this is the main idea.
Thank you very much. So generally, indeed, the International Economical Bank has a great work in it, and they have this look at the income, though it is not always correct, and the income is more than 300 billion rubles. And generally, a lot of companies went to the international level by supporting this different kinds of mechanism of the international bank. So when we speak about the SCO and BRICS innovation work, we may say that work is very important, and we are ready to work with international companies. And we have director of UNIDO Center, Sergey Korotkov, and Sergey, I believe you will tell us something about that. So thank you very much to the organizers to invite me, the Skolkovo Foundation especially, to work in this session. Let me start. So may I have the clicker? So I will start with the beginning. and I will tell you what is this UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organizations. So next slide, please. Yeah. So this is a technical agency of the United Nations, and we deal with international development, and our points are the development of the millennium. So we have this key, as you may see. In English, that would be ICID. And Russia is the active member of this organization. And of course, we try to make popular our in relations with different kinds of regions, like for example here in this republic. And this communication, this process started in 1996. Last year, we wrote the declaration about mutual work, and we discussed it with Skolko, and probably we'll have something mutual to offer and to develop the republic. So a couple of words about what is this center UNIDO in Russia. So this is what we do. Here we have 30-year anniversary. We were created in 1989 during the Soviet Union even. And we work into the investment technology and promotional office, which is one of the most important key points. And we deal with the ITPO offices in Investment Technology and Promotion Office. Yeah, here, this is the slide. We have such offices in developed countries. We had the meeting of the heads of such offices in Ekaterinburg, and during the global forum, GMIS, as we call it. And we have such offices in China, in Korea, in Japan, in Moscow, in Bahrain, in Germany, Italy, in Nigeria. And we speak about the creating such offices in Budapest and Warsaw. Next slide. I would like to point out our vision of the what is the innovation for us. So we have analyzed the international documents about the innovational development and how it works. And I would like to say that this is like our education. Every day it's something new. So every day we find some things that may be profitable and useful, and they may lead to the development of the company and their workers. And our point here, and our organization point here, is to provide the effective introduction of the innovation that may lead to a better quality of life and the growth of small-sized and medium-sized businesses, and the growth of economies and diversification of economy. Again, so what are the key points of the success? Business, state, and science. Science is not only applied science that we may take from the already given products and companies. So we see that what was created in the Soviet Union is now successfully working in other countries. And for example, like Tesla car, and it is used. It's all these things were based on the things that we have long time ago invented. So our task is to multiply all these key points together to connect them, and one of the factors of the success factor is, of course, the demand for innovations. Then financing is connected, as our previous speaker said, it's a return of investment. Then competences and technologies, the number 3. Something new that may be offered on the market and they get the success from that. Number 4 is infrastructure, and number 5 is culture. So from Innopolis, people told about the story of when 3-year-old children start to get educated with the culture, and I believe this is one of the key points. So for the development of such things, yes. So different kinds of ecosystems, law things. For example, I may say that in Tatarstan we have some 4 programs, and so I know all these people, and we were working together in different projects. And so here, we may say that ecosystem that is created, for example, in Technopolis Moscow, and the success that they have is really their professionalism, is their knowledge that they introduced into the development of their projects into Technopolis. So let me point at some here now at some projects that we did in the Russian Federation. We had some big projects being financed by the International Ecological Fund, and generally they are created about some innovation things. So first, this is the help of the state of our country to introduce international protocols and documents that have been signed. So and introduce such technologies that are green and ecological. So, for example, in Tatarstan, the factory pauses. We work with them and we help them, we consult them. So then we had a big project of introducing of an energo management of ISO 5000. I see. Oh, yes. So when we dealt here with the different international standards, and we work on more than 40 companies in Russia. Well, so such projects. So we got the great results, and the economy, the annual economy was more than $2 billion rubles. So when we economized a lot of energy. So we introduced all the standards. So this is about the ozone distracting, ozone-friendly companies, projects in Russia. So now we work on the project connected with the Stockholm Convention about the different pollution types that they lead to different kinds of health harm. And the Stockholm Convention demands the correct usage of such things. So, and we try to find innovation technologies that exist, and we offered them there to the Russian Federation so that we may reduce the harm that we have from this pollution. So here we list some projects that exist here. Yeah, so we have some projects. Yeah? When the UFA declaration was written of BRICS countries, when the summit was happening here, so UNITA was introduced there as the organization helping to fulfill the collaboration between the countries of BRICS for different projects. So we work and we support the initiative of the Ministry of Ecology of Russian Federation, and this project is called Clean Rivers, BRICS. Yeah, so and so our colleague from the International Bank was speaking about the introducing financing institution to fulfill the project. So probably this is it. What I wanted to say in general. If you have some questions, I am ready to answer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, it was really interesting, and the important thing is that innovational infrastructure, we all understand that it mostly depends on the open transition of technologies and inventions that were invented within SCO and BRICS forums, and the possibility of them going on the international market. So now I give the floor to Mr. Zhao Xin, partner of the Innovation Entrepreneurship Development Fund of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Russian Federation. First of all, to speak a little bit that now we see the results of Russian developers. You can see the project Clean Rivers BRICS, and in Skolkovo is a fund. A fund has been created for cleaning the waters, outcoming waters, and it's one of the biggest companies in the world which clean all the waters. And now I understand that these technologies are going to be applied to Skolkovo, because water cleaning is very important and multidimensional question here. Of course, there are various developers and innovators in Bashkiria as well, in different universities, and they say that we will clean all the outcomes, and they drink it after that and say that nothing will happen. But we understand that every outlet is unique, and every single outlet demands its own study, and we understand that Chinese company offer a very unique decision for this problem, and they are ready to finance different projects, and we know that there's always a risk on. For example, you will build something, and as Chinese companies say that we will build something, but we'll pay you only after the result, which answers all the demands of the customer. And we're going to develop a program and collaborate with UNITA. We're going to make like a pilot project here in Bashkiria, in the UNIDO, within UNIDO activity as well, for cleansing water. We don't have a lot of time now, so we give the floor to our foreign colleagues. First of all, it's connected with the fact that we want you to hear as infrastructure development happening here in Russia, and different business suggestions, not institutional here, please. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, Alexander, for your invitation. I've already seen a lot of sites in Russia, and what we suggest is concerning financial. Alexander has already said that we are ready to consider it, that we help to create here in Russia various sites across Russia, not only here in Bashkir Republic. For the last years, a lot of money was invested in process in China, and we are sure in our technology, and we are ready to consider and help Russia in this field and build various cleansing premises, buildings. I want to say that the work that's going on in your company is very important. It's not just collaboration. It's a not even ready product. It's about creating production and service centers in collaboration with Skolkovo Center and various scientists to create one or another technology that we can create here. It's not only on the side of business, but it fits companies on the side of moral approach to environment protection, because we all drink this water and consume this water in various aspects. And of course, there's a very interesting suggestion, business suggestion, because we've already started in Skolkovo, and we invite other companies to this project, because there are various mutual works in this field. So, dear colleagues, we have time for your questions. Yeah, please. Good afternoon.
Patent.
Good afternoon, Alexander. You mentioned that any idea will find its realization, and as well as technology transfer. And we've discussed there, we don't have any intellectual market here, and several commercial interesting projects can be really created because we can find resources for that. And we have a ready decision, and that we can, in our birth exchange, we have it here in Russia, in Bashkir Republic, for example. We can create it in the SEO and BRICS framework, and we've created in here in Republic of Bashkortostan when Skolkovo opens, and here, and how it's going to work. Thank you very much for your question. You mentioned a very interesting subject. Mr. Greenfield and Slan have spoken about that. We have various development technologies that other people just don't know about it, and we need a certain expertise for that. We have a website, Skolkovo Hub, where we have various Skolkovo technology developments, and this problem is very important. Let's talk via email, because there is an organization that creates various centers, and there is a system in web for providing various development ideas for corporations. Various corporations come to us and it's Skolkovo as well with their particular questions, saying about what they need. And there is also very important work not only within one government, but all the BRICS and SEO governments. For example, in Russia, we have a very interesting idea, and but in India or Brazil, this question have already been solved, or for example, vice versa. In Russia, we have already solved this idea, but no, we say we'll think about ourselves. We want to be an intellectual resource, so that's why we need to look at what exists nowadays and include everyone in the team, because we can achieve a success much quicker. So Aygul.
So I give the floor to our manager for that, Aygul. So Alexander, thank you very much. So here at the moment we are at the negotiation stage, and we speak about the opening the regional operator in the Republic of Bashkortostan. That will happen in 2020. Now we have a negotiation process. So it doesn't limit us in having a mutual work, of course, and intercollaboration together. Yes, so then, please. Good afternoon. My name is Ekaterina Tuzovskaya. I'm a general director of one small company which is in the Republic of Bashkortostan. In 2015, we started developing one very important globally and locally topic. So development of the equipment that will preserve the resources. Mostly oil resources, but it turned out that this technology, so the oil, other industry, in the grease industry, and because was interested in our project because they have a lot of grease left, and we know that 7.5% of oil is lost, and it's a huge amount. And we created the equipment which is easy to create and be easily to introduce, and such equipment will help every company that is dealing with oil, generally in our country, both in our country and abroad. So we haven't find such kind of effective developments anywhere else. And I have a question to everyone. If you have any experience as, for example, in Skolkovo, as to helping for the ready thing to the market. So we just, for example, so we come to the company, everyone understands and everyone wants, but probably due to some bureaucratic red tape things, so probably lack of our competences in economy and giving rules for that. So when in this field, probably, so there are no standards, and this is innovation, and nothing else of such. Nothing was done like this before, and they cannot calculate the effect and the result, so we can't prove the result in numbers in that. So what effect what we have in computer modeling, so we have to represent it, but it is not very sufficient for them. So are there any stages, is there any support so that the director boards and the directors of big companies may take a look at this innovation? So what is the experience, if there is? So if we take this experience, use this experience? We're not the residents of any technoparks, but we would like to, so we want to, we have an innovation that will may be useful. So let me speak about our experience here in Tatarstan. So our heads of the Republic, they speak that they need not only to introduce companies, but also to speak with them. We also speak about that the companies come to the Institute of Helping into the promotion, for the promotion help. But all the colleagues will be ready that we may only open the doors. We can sell your product, but if you have a very effective product and that way given, so the easiest way for you is to have some pilot foundations. For example, here in Bashkortostan, there's a big cluster, oil cluster here in Bashkortostan. So in Tatarstan, for example, we also have the boarding manager that got board of directors that deal with this. So they gather and they will give us the information to the president. We usually say don't ask for money, they ask for the pilot. If you have the technologies that may change for something, they won't, of course, people won't risk the existing technological process. Everything works, so don't touch it. But everyone is looking for innovation so that we may introduce about this innovation, ask for pilots. So we're since 2015, we are speaking about having pilots. So okay, let me give you some money. I would. We have the same experience, and I would speak the same as my colleague here previously. So we just we have some successful projects, and generally. Well, I'm not speaking about Russia. Generally, let's speak about the East. So that then there are foundations there that you may turn there, and we have some such experience of such things, so we may introduce it. Thank you very much. And of course, we also deal with the promotion of our companies, and one of the biggest key point here is the income of our company. So as I have already said, we have all in all a big amount of income. So generally, yes, I would like you to probably to get the expertise. Of course, you have the computer modeling, and but you don't have the laboratory of the industrial laboratory. We have some pilot things. So we have some group of companies that work with us, international companies, so that work with the oil and greases. So introduce it. Yeah, of course, yes. Let be in contact. I believe in in Skolkovo and my other colleagues. So you chose the right event to come. So can you give the name of the company or limited liability company? You have not. So colleagues, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? So then let me offer let's now discuss the results of our session. And what results do we have? So let me start with this. Yeah, so let me
I'll start from the end of the speakers, the company SUMC. What we can say is a suggestion for Bashkir Republic, well, in collaboration with UNIDA, if you are interested in this, and it coincide with your program Clean Water BRICS for promoting development. So in partnership with Chinese companies, we can speak about various forms and ways of collaboration using this equipment. And next point is the company. Maybe here we have innovational companies, and it might be interesting for you to collaborate in this framework with collaboration of SEO and BRICS and UNIDA. We can form various suggestions where we are ready to create various collaborations. Speaking about the development institutes, dear colleagues, please tell me if I'm wrong about speaking about various ideas with participants of SEO and BRICS and their collaboration. Participants of Innopolis, Skolkovo, and various and Technopolis that we have here in Bashkortostan. All those offers that have already been mentioned, we are going to write a document and send to organizations of today's forums with all the suggestions, offers that we've discussed today, and all those people who want to get acquainted with these offerings will be able to do that on our website. And speaking about the creation of infrastructure, innovational infrastructure here in the Republic, we think that if we can consider all the experience that our colleagues from all our colleagues have mentioned, if we consider them, so I will include these offers in our document. Thank you very much, colleagues. If you have any questions or suggestions, we are ready to consider all your suggestions, and we always have feedback. So thank you very much for today's participation in our conference. Thank you. Thank you. We are just right on time. We started 5 minutes late, and we finished time precisely. Okay.
Не-не-не, можно злоупотреблять этим делаем. Я, может быть, не только свои, но и наших коллег могу прийти. Может, сфотографируйте и... Да, и перепишите.
Это вот этот мобильный, да?
Dear colleagues, some of the participants will speak English, so if you need it, so you may take special equipment at the entrance. Thank you. Dear participants of the forum, dear speakers, I suggest starting because we have of speakers and a lot of presentations. Wonderful topic of our discussion. So it will be right if we start right now. Otherwise, we won't be able to discuss everything. So the colleagues are finding their places. So I offer to you to start with an inspiring video. We will see it now. And where is the sound? It all starts with the hope of a child, with a picture of a child, with the wish to be like a father or like a mother. Then this wish turns into a hobby, and hobby turns into a occasion and things into business, and it can be a family business. And the family business is people. And we are millions. Every day we change the world around us. We develop the economy of our region, of our city, of our district, of our village. Together, we develop the economy of our country. We are not afraid of the responsibility as we go forward. We take people and we take our staff and their families with us. And the Chamber of Commerce and Industry unite brave, energetic people who are ready to develop their own business and the business of the country. We work hand in hand with them. We work with family business, and we deal a large-scale work fighting the illegal things. So around us there are young businessmen and businesswomen, and we fight for the interests of the entrepreneurs. There are a lot of us, and we are one team in the interests of the business and for the sake of our country, the Russian Federation. Dear participants of our section, so you have understood already that first I am the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce of Industry, and I will be the monitor of this session. And we have a wonderful topic today because the development of the family business is the talk about the future. So you know that we've been to a plenary session, and of course we've noticed that there were a lot of conversations about the problems that we are going, that the things that disrupt the movement forward. So in generally in the countries of SCO and BRICS, and I think that in this communication, in this talk, there were lack of women, because when the connection of a male position and a female eye to the future, it all unites. These all things are the representatives of the family look into the things, because women are motivated into the family traditions and all these things that work on the psychological level. So we start to think it over and work it over such topic very thoroughly. So I am an entrepreneur myself. I am a businesswoman, so I do it for 20 years. And we see that business is changing. So and I understood that the business is different when my son returned from the army and he joined the business. And I understood as if I have the wings and I'm flying, and I understand that I'm not alone, and I have the shoulder with me. And we understood that there are a lot of companies around the world of that, and I'll give you the number. So that in the world economy, we see that from 50 to 80 working places are family companies. This is what really unites the economy of our country. So if we take some countries, for example, France, 80%, so Finland up to 95%, England about 16%. So you see 3 generations. This is a very big thing. So in Sweden, about 60% of the people are in the family business. We look through the law systems, and we may see that Uzbekistan has the leading role here, because they have the law about the family businesses, and a lot of other countries, and we have a lot of friends and partners, as we may call them differently. So a lot of countries speak about family and entrepreneurship on the legislative level. Of course, we say that this may be micro businesses, but we see it not only small, but medium-sized and even big-sized corporations. We know the stories and examples of great big corporations, which are family ones. And we know a lot such kind of examples, and we may say that we are moving forward in this respect too. We had the experience before revolution in our country of family businesses, but now we see that companies appear and they have the same route. I'm trying not to read what I will have on presentations because we will send it to everyone, and you may just take a look at this numbers and figures thoroughly. So then later you'll have the opportunity to discuss more about this topic. If we take Germany, it's a very interesting country in this respect. We just investigated a lot. We did a thorough research that they have 40% of their companies on the market that have their own shares and are developers. They are family ones, and invest in 30% of the market capitalization belongs to these companies. So we understand that on the other side, we may point out that many family companies that the number of the staff number of them is about 10 or less people, and it is very developed in Europe when such small cafes, bakery shops, and all different kinds of kindergartens and different kinds of small businesses. So we see that all micro businesses are family. It's a growing tendency, and we understand that this is the reality of our life. So that's why last year we had the first forum of Successful Family, Successful Russia. So we took this idea, this concept of success, because this is the talk about the family companies and family moments. So we invited the members and successful businessmen from 85 regions, and we got three basic points. The first point is that so please help me with the clicker. Yeah, so first, what we understood that we need some legislative definition of the family internship. So we need to understand that the state and the government should help with the family businesses. Of course, we don't talk about large-scale company because they don't need some special progress. They don't ask for them for their companies. They speak about more about understanding, and we understand what we understand is that we need the idea of family patent, and this is a very simple type of insurance. Yes, so for example, a person buys a patent, and then he includes there all the members of his family. They pay taxes, and then they stop having all these things that usually companies do. So they have a lot of documents. So, for example, why do they really need to, if members of the families need to give extra money or send them to the holidays on different kinds of documents? So, but they may do it within their family and to solve their problems and tackle with them themselves. Of course, we speak about some special programs, and I believe a lot of speakers here, they will speak about their own experience and how the system looks and works. So I would like to say that it's important for us that generally our government should take a look at this, because in very hard economic conditions, it's very hard to start a business. And I believe that this breakthrough that started in the government will help us, and to all the generations of family business will lead the road success, and we believe that we have the experience. There is the experience, and there are new and creative companies and people who would like to realize and to fulfill such processes and continue working in this field. So we invited the Ministry of Economy into the talk. So we got a wonderful logo of our family business. So you see, this is a tree which is intertwined with people, and it gives more and more types of fruit. And everyone sees women and men here differently, but this logo shows that what unites us, and that the unity of such efforts, and by that we get the history that we need. We have a very interesting video about the first forum, and before moving forward, I would like to show you one story. So we'll show you the faces of people who came to the forum. Take a look at their optimism in their eyes. So please. Today we have the first in the modern history forum of the family business. This is a fundamental base of our society, the family. So I think we are going to discuss very fruitfully and productively, and we'll find some solutions for the government to help with. The most long-living companies are family businesses, and they may live for 300 or 400 years. So we need to understand the family business definition in the law system. So we need to help them. When the positions don't coincide, it's difficult to find a solution. So you wanted to be an artist, and your parents want something new from you, and then we start from the zero. The family business has one very important point, an advantage. Looking forward, the dynasty of Dubrovs. We are ready to work actively in this field, the topics and the ideas that we have discussed today. It would be great if we understand the concept of family patent. So now we're discussing the new tax system, and we may insert this idea of family business into it. So to work together, we need to work with the problems that we have, so that we may introduce topics that we may fulfill. And I would like to say thank you to everyone. So well, thank you very much. So well, family is the base of the state of any state. How to make this so that the family becomes the base and helping hand for the economy? How to make that that the families introduce different kinds of senses and understandings into the economy. So how to make the family companies are the leading and stable. So we are getting ready for the second forum of the family businesses, which is going to happen the 6th of November. We absolutely and open-heartedly invite everyone who is interested in the topic, but nevertheless, let me discuss this topic together. I'll point some special attention that the most speakers here are women. It doesn't mean that we have some gender story. We didn't think that only women are interested in the family business. It's not so. We understand that family is two halves which are both successful, male and female, but when we started speaking and with our ministry about the family business, for them it was natural, and they thought that it all exists. But in reality, is being now organized and being born and discussed. And before going to the discussion of our experts, so I think that we need to give the floor to the family business. And the first of our guests is Smirnov Vitaly. Well, he promised to bring his wife, but he didn't do it. So you have a very interesting business. You started breeding ostriches. And then finally you start with the excursions. Then you have memorabilia selling, and it's great. So I think that a lot of members of the families that you have, and all of them do something different. It's not like every person in our family does something different. We all work together, but every one of us knows their own position and their ideas, and they know how to develop the thing. So our tasks as all families is to be hospitable and to invite our guests and meet our guests, visitors, to feed them and make everything that so that they come again, but not. Yeah, so come again. Yeah, so you see, right? You are very client-oriented. So you have 6 people, 6 members of the family. So your dynasty is. So when the Romanov family, we were surprised, but they have 4 generations. So you have 6 people. How many generations? We have already 8. We are growing. So you see, we are not as fast as you think, yeah? So who is the youngest member of the family? 1 year old. Let's applause. Let's applause. That's great. So what do you need to, in 100 years, so that this member of the family continues being the member of this dynasty and company, and he would be proudly speaking that my grandfather and my father were in this business. So what do you need for that? So to support, of course, we need to support each other. And here, the base and the foundation here is not the family, but the state gives the foundation for that. Because we are all here and we are all work legally. And I would like to call you friends, if you don't mind, not the colleagues. And I'm very proud to be here and to see around me such people like me. And we have this one and the same key aim, to be a good family, that may bring good and very important things. And it's very important for me. That's great. So it's interesting. You haven't spoken about the mortgages and different kinds of lending. So how do you use those structures? So this year, thanks to the work of our team, not only the members of the family, but the members and of our staff, all these people who work in our farm. So we covered all the mortgages and lended money, you know. So we had this, yes, we had the mortgage system, yes, so we just all took money from the government. But if we know that, I believe if the banks are more loyal with the individual businesses and with the small companies, with the lower percent, so that would be better developed, and we will have the opportunity to increase our companies and our. So take a look at us. So everyone wants to smile, and you are smiling because you're a happy person, and we are all happy people. The percentage of happiness. So let's think that our room is so happy. So it's hard. It's hard. Yes, it is. But if the family works as a team, and no one is trying to be a leader, this is mine and this is not mine, so let me take this part which is better and which is worse, give it to somebody else. Yes, so this is not what should happen. We one team and everything will happen because we have one and the same motivation and we have one and the same aim and task, and we're all disciplined and we're working in one and the same aim. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. So you have said the most important words. You're motivated and you work together with. So now let me give the floor to some other speakers so that we may speak about how the state and different development institutions may help you and support you so that you develop further. So I give the word to Zarina Arkadievna.
Zarina Arkadievna, Program Manager of the SCO Business Council from the Republic of Kazakhstan. As I understand, we support Kazakhstan in many directions, and as I look at your program, I understand that we like what you do. There are a lot of various programs and partnership with Kazakhstan. You have a lot of businesses there which develop and bring us to the increase of business. What do you think about family business as a business direction? So do you think should they be more businesses in the world? Thank you very much for your introduction. We don't have a certain description of our family business in our law system. So that depends on our mentality. We have such a country that small business is usually a family business because most of the time we want trust, and that's what we are looking for. And we're afraid of betrayal. We're afraid of unreliable partners. But we believe in our family, and our children are the best investiture. And family business let's start a business when you have no money, have no I think to show a presentation. In our country, we have a new president. He's launched a program of family business support, which means small and middle-sized business support, when the government doesn't only give money or of a small percentage, but also just helps your business. This program is great, and all these funds and credits are directed to help in what you have actually in your routine life. All of these are family companies, family businesses. So on websites, you can look through such programs. I'd like to ask you to show the last slide in our presentation. So you've intrigued us, so please tell us what percentage is 6%. Oh, that depends. That's great that you're sitting, who is standing, just hold, because we can give only 2%. Really? To whom? 2%. for example, there is a big city, Almaty, and those who live in the suburbs where city is developing, they are given only the program of 2% credit for small businesses development. And what about deposit? Well, this can be decided, that can be solved. Please show me different slide. I'm a representative of family business. We have a dynasty as well. On this slide, you see well, I'm on the top of this picture. Beside me is my brother. We've organized a company. We have 8 children. Wait, 8 children is great. We have children in our family, and these 8 people, count them 3 and 5, of when they graduated, they didn't have any experience, any skills. What would they do? But I knew they are smart and they were really great. And all our business, well, on the bottom you can see our companies, logos of our companies. All our business based on the idea that every children would be able to find themselves in business, to find where to go in life, and we help them to find the skills and experience. They can speak different languages, they know IT, etc. Please, next slide. So we've gathered all these mentors for 3 years. These people are great professionals in their field in Kazakhstan, and they were busy to help not only children but other young people to get skills. And we've launched a new project, Bank of Tired People, because sometimes we'll just lower our hands because we have no power, no energy to start a new project, and we don't want to just give up. So we let our children get these skills, business skills, to continue our business. And now there's only one daughter left who is 18 and she's still studying. And other children are already adults and they have started their businesses. Our target was to bring together various professionals who would be mentors, who would be busy with our children and would teach them various skills. Thank you very much. So I think as well as women business or family business, there's no such term, but I think that we need to support family business as well as women business. So if we have a term like man business, what will we women do with all this? It's hard. Yeah, I have my own point of view on this question. Yes, of course, but family business is what we need to support. Thank you very much. Well, on the first place, I want to say I invite you to our forum on the 6th of November. Why? In the first forum, you wouldn't believe there was a full house when we were discussing my family is my team, and we point a question mark. This is not an easy topic. When I discuss, for example, our countries, we've lost like knowledge, skills of heritage. So how can you motivate a member of your family to continue your business? Because taking my generation, our generation, we work from morning till 9, and our children say, no, you need to have rest more, do some fitness, sport. And you said a great phrase, mentors, because it's very hard to teach our children, but that's what we need to do, to teach them business. Because a family business has been included into a separate law article, because we need help to motivate our children to join our business. Have you found this secret since they all in your business? Yeah, even when they are small, it's very important to respect and to listen to them, to give them a place in life. You shouldn't be afraid of giving them this task and not be afraid of giving them respect and attention. Thank you very much. We're waiting for you in our forum to share your experience.
So we move forward, and I say that all this legislative matter, even of giving inheritance, because to share the flat is one topic, and to share the business is a bit different. For example, there are two children, and one of them business oriented, and the second is not. But how shall we distinguish half and a half? And it's legislatively a very new and different topic and trend, because when the founders of the business pass away, we need to understand what to do with the business. So people need to understand. We need about the institution of development, what may and really helps in the development. And I'm great that today we have Marina Romanova. She is the vice president of the State Development Corporation, and they are working in different programs and companies. Yes, so in a small. On the one hand, we have very small businesses, and on the other side of that, we see the biggest program. So, how can your corporation how it may help with the small businesses? So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the given floor. So, generally, we are developing in this term because medium and small and medium-sized business is now one of our topic for the support matters. So this year for the WebRF, we have the development of the developing institute. So we have different kinds of organizations, web innovations, web leading that work with us. So, and there are, and they have the tasks of supporting. So the different kinds of supports in different fields. So, and the small-sized business is one of the topics of it, and we consider that each of these institutions that we have discussed have their own, its own responsibilities, have their own possibilities to move forward, and they work on different projects, and all this collaboration work helps in finding the complex mutual effect. So, and we speak also about different kinds of privileges in lending equipment and all other things and resources. So when we speak about the resources for the business development, so for example, if we have the possibilities to enlarge the export possibilities, and together with this, our work of our corporation is not only to work with large-scale projects, but the development of the city economy too, because we think that the growth of the economies and the regions is not impossible without making the city environment better and comfortable, so that the citizens see every day what unites them is comfortable. So it makes our life better. So, and in this respect, we may say that we have 100 cities in this topic. So the development of the city buildings and develop in different spheres, hotels, restaurants, cafes, different food organizations. So, and we speak here about different things like clean water, for example, and all these projects within the limits of the city economy. And I think that here is the place where we are going to support the family business, because we understand that the family businesses is a long-term perspective, because one of the main aims for that is the transmission from generation to generation, and this long-term stability is the base of the development of this family business. So in our corporation, WebRF, we have the working group, which includes the representatives from all the groups that I have mentioned before, and we invited there the representatives of scientific organizations from a Chamber of Commerce and different organizations. So, and we discussed the projects that may help us from different angles to help the programs and different kinds of projects. So, and our possibilities are great in this, and we may help detailing we may help different companies. So we developed the programs, for example, the network, which is called FASOL, and this is the network of grocery stores. Then, for example, the company Mother and the Son, and we help them with offices and with the equipment. And of course, the base of this small business is the family, and it really is a very important field, and we support that. So, in details, I believe that the corporation MSP may help you in that. Yeah. So thank you very much. Now I will ask you to turn on the interpreters, because we will talk about the international experience, but
What I want,
Аудитории достаточно много
I think here in our room there are a lot of entrepreneurs connecting with family business. I'm going to speak about various businesses because it's very important. Your project of city environment is very important. There are fewer and fewer enterprises in these low niches. Well, what do we see here? We can see chains of big hotels where instead actually should be very small family hotels that accept tourists. And yeah, we see cafes, family small cafes. Yeah, that's great. But we also see great chains of McDonald's and other chains that take away our niche of small business. For example, in London, we can see a small pub where they have all tables, and we are wondering why do you have it here? But it's 200 years old, and it's it runs from generation to generation, and it's great. And we don't have it in our country here, and I think it's very important to make this program when we can learn how to separate these huge businesses from our small businesses, because your lobby skills of your manager is very important. Igor Ivановich was a great person who could stand for business interest, and it will be a new push and new movement. I want to give floor to Guy Shalin. It's Chinese People Republic. There is the population is huge, economic is huge as well. Increase is very rapid. Well, I need to introduce on behalf of family business success, and we haven't found the information about your family business as something important, so we can understand that you're busy with the development of small and medium-sized business. So how do you see enterprises in China, its development? How are you interested in this? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I've recalled now. Speaker will be speaking in Chinese. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very important. I'm very glad to see you today. Yeah, it's only a beginning, and of course, I'm very glad to share my experience of family business in China. China, Russia are two great countries. We have similar stories. We had socialism in the past. We used to have socialism in the past, and there was an economical market, Chinese market. We have in our Chinese market, we have family business. We not for a long time, only about 17 years. We had generations, and they, of course, they didn't know about family business a lot, and now, and then it changed. We have a market with people. We need to feed people and give them clothes, but market is empty. They are busy with market as they can. They use all their effort, what they can do, and the Chinese market is small family business. They work there in the yard, but the head of business was a man, and grandparents and sons helped them. There was their own market. They knew how to work there as far as they knew. But in that time, government helped a lot. But anyway, the government didn't have its experience as well, and they didn't have people for that. And I don't have an experience in the government as well. Well, they, for example, people said we need land, and they were provided with this land. Our bank gave credit without any percentage. Land territory was given without any taxes, any percentages. Yes, that's true. That's how we started. At that time, there was a goal that people would have enough clothes and food and would be able to live better and to have better clothes. And we knew that we just needed to do that. In the first place, we bought something abroad, and we started to produce it in our country. I think they did like this. A producer had a tent. One tent in our time, one time took about 200 rubles for looking after this tent. how many products did this tent actually make, but this was profitable for people at that. And then at that time, the second generation was already aware of that. They saw how successful they were. First generation was already experienced and they knew what they lacked. We knew that we lacked this or that, and the second generation was educated very well. So, for example, we lack something, so we could say our son to go and find that. And the second generation was educated a bit in different way, better way. So the second generation became like bigger. In the first generation failed in some directions. They maintained that as their family business, as their hobby, and those who succeeded, they grew and became like bigger businesses.
But of course, we had a very, I believe that was a small percentage of about 2%, and the second generation is now looking well. So the market is competitive. So the second generation start working with their old family forces, and they became famous. So I may say that I would say in China, 80% of the production is a family business, and for the Russian, generally for the Russian market, it's like you say, oh, that's from China and that's all. But for us, we mostly know what and who produce things. We know who produces cars, and we also know what is around us. So I know that these people do this part of the car better, and these people do another part of the car better. And we know that in business, you cannot be one. I'm not leading the whole process from the beginning to end alone. And this is, for example, something is done in one province, and this province works well in one industry, and another another province is something different, and in this city we have something else. For example, a fabric or the things, different kinds of clothing and cloth. So, for example, we know that. Well, there is, for example, a company with big production level, and this is a kind of a circle again. So that one small company makes something for them, even for big companies, and we may say that some companies go into the international level. But at the same time, they take a look at what they lack, and we see that we need international market, and we send our information and the programs abroad. So, for example, to Holland. And if this company is strong, they would send to the United States. So the third generation is studying now. But I think that I was studying in Russia, and I was working a lot in Russia, and Russia gave me a lot. And I'm very grateful to the country. And we see that people are willing, but they need the government support. So they help them and support them. And for example, in our country, the state helps us a lot. So we need for example, our short пути. So I haven't understood him first. Yes. So, and it's a very different that we see that the world is changing, and we see that the world is changing, and in China too. If we may say that this person is the seller, but then they turned into a buyer, but how to buy things, how to lead the business. So I believe that the government should work better. And for example, you in Russia have a lot of different exhibitions, and Chinese companies, and they just, for example, there, if Chinese people come and Chinese companies, the government pays for them. So and sometimes we invite Russian companies and say, how shall we do it? We don't understand, but it's the same with us. So, for example, I speak Russian, I have friends, and a lot of my colleagues may say that it's cold, and we don't know the language, and the state understands that, and it pays for us in this. Because in this respect, people would say, yes, of course, then we may go and take a look. So people started coming to the market, though yes, of course, this is strange, but because they don't understand the Russian approach, how to work with them. But then, from one step to another, we want to go to that market. So I understand that to enter the Chinese market. So I believe that people around here, we are a good market, and it's interesting. So I'm ready as far as I can to do my best to help in this field. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll be really objective. As you came to our market, you told very vividly, but unfortunately, we can't come to your market, and our enterprises very frequently say that there are a lot of problems, but they have their will. Who would refuse multi-billionaire market? Well, objectively, during our conversation, we approach a very interesting moment. Of course, now small and medium-sized business corporations that we've been waiting for a very long time. Natalia Igorevna, we're going to ask about that. So we've been having our discussion for only 1 year. There are super great motivated companies that have, for example, great Chinese experience, and our companies started the same. We have a lot of commercial businesses, speaking honestly, but the question is, do we want to be producers? Of course we do want. If we ask anyone, everyone would say that they want to have their own business, to come from a seller to a producer. And money is very important. How to get them? There's a small, medium-sized business corporation. We want to have a good environment, free credit. Our government says, here's something free, taxes are fixed, so you won't be scrutinized. Of course, this is great, and this is our corporation that provides all this. We all want this, and this is our future. You are our star that shows the direction. So please, Natalia Igorevna, family business is what we're grateful before, because in our first forum, Alexander Arnoldsovich suggested a lot of various programs of family business development, and we understand this is a very wide layer. So when you speak to our entrepreneurs, they start with small businesses, not medium-sized businesses, because, for example, they can't find a lot of money, enough money, or taxes are high. So let's discuss that. Thank you very much. Of course, it's very hard to speak after our Chinese colleague with their free taxes, low credits, but I can say that nowadays our government policies are very different, and we have our rate where in farm business it's about 2%, and we have mono cities where there are businesses with zero rates per year. And I'd like to start, and I want to say that questions of deposits is like what we can decide. If entrepreneurs face the problem with high rates, we can decide, we can solve it, and governments can provide this kind of support. There's also one opportunity that wasn't mentioned before, is the company access to buying purchases. Main financial resources are in the field of huge companies where government involvement is huge, and the government has made a decision that there are quotas concerning small companies, where 20% of all it's 20% of all purchases. It's really important, and we speak about government programs concerning various credits, about 800 alone. We're expecting that purchases of small businesses will be about rubles a year. So understand is developing. We go to digital space, and we understand that the an entrepreneur won't be looking for space. Be easier for them to look via their mobile phone and to find all the information, where you can sell your product and where you can get support very quickly. World Resources Development, it's called Business Navigator. There is its English version as well, so just check it, please. Small Business Navigator. Speaking about small business, we are expecting a legislative decision. There will be a starting point for forming separate programs for corporations, and we'll be ready to develop various programs of family business support. And I'm very interested in your comment about education. You need to teach not just a business, trust and family coordination, and we'll change our training programs. You need to teach something else, something different, and we are ready to tell you about that, how what you need to teach and how. We need to give it as an agenda for the whole country concerning family business. And now family business can use all the set of tools that is suggested by our corporation. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia Igorevna. You know, on the one hand, I can tell you that there are two feelings inside me. Natalia Igorevna knows that. I always say it about that. When I listen to you, this program of support, another and one more, yeah, that's great. They involve everything, yes. But when you start to talk to your entrepreneurs and speak about real situation, you don't have this and you can't do that, you can't take something else. And there's always that kind of fog that is business not active? No. You have a lot of very motivated entrepreneurs and motivated to development, but we can't put together this story. When we speak about several generations, speaking about, for example, mobile phones, I can take look at our listeners here. Do all people know how mobile phone actually works? Some people are not ready to have a mobile phone. Is that bad or good? No. I think that all people need to be involved in this story. And when I talk to our small business representatives, I think we need to give them a chance. If a person bakes the most delicious pies in the world, you shouldn't um, in, in, engage him or her in a mobile phone. Let them bake and let them bake. We always discussing this question with small business representatives. The older generation tends to be in that direction, not mobile direction, and those who can have their business, can do their business, they are phase two.
We have here a wonderful family of Greenofs, of the Greenofs. They are listening very attentively, so you know what I like about them. 3 types of businesses: production of aluminum things, so 2 cafes to exist, and they are creating the 3rd one, and the franchising of Ifrashe cosmetics. So 1 family, 3 types of businesses. How many generations, how many members of the family are in there? So what is the story of the family business? Does it interfere into your family? Do you have any contradictions between what you want and what you have? And what do you want from the government so that your differently shaped business be successful? So it doesn't interfere with the family, because I truly believe that if people have one and the same equal aim, it unites the family. At the beginning of our route, when we met each other, we met in a fitness club, which my husband was organizing himself at that time. So speak louder, please. Yeah. So you went to the fitness club. Where would you need to go to a husband businessman? So I advise you all, go to the fitness club, find a partner there, because only successful people who care about their health and all other things go to the fitness clubs, and they're active and they are very aim-oriented. So, and it's a very great variant of having a family, which happened to me. So, as you said, does it interfere into our family life? Absolutely no, because in further our love to sport led to a mutual business. So, do you still have time for the fitness club? Yes, of course. Every day we just when we have free time, we go to the fitness clubs, and our children do that. So we are both masters of sport. and my husband is a former trainer, and he brought up 5 masters of sport and several candidates into masters of sport. In what does sport? Um, so I have a question. How did you come from this sport to all these 3 types of businesses, like cafes and other things? So we had some partners in creating the cafe because we understood that we need to develop in different spheres, and it's not very interesting to work in one and the same field. And this field of food organization and was interesting, and also I am very interested in cosmetics. So, and when I visited such workshops and such offices, I was always dreaming about working in such business. So when you have built one business, then you realize that you may have different kinds of business. So you cross the barrier of being afraid of the business. So now you understand that this is possible. So right, yes. So and what your husband, does he believe the same? Yes. So you see, he's not very talkative, but he understands everything. He's a serious guy, an ideal pair, an ideal couple. So let us discuss, what do you need more so that to become more important, so that your business is developed further? So what do you need? Or probably there's no problem and you have everything. And if to speak about the problems, so we need to speak about problems because well, people may think that there are no problems in business and would be very too sweet. So let me speak about the problems. If you work a lot, you get the result. And our company was started from the very beginning, from the clean structure, and then we started to invest and develop. So who taught you to invest money thoroughly and in a good way? Because, well, everyone here, I believe, is thinking how to invest money thoroughly and great. Yes, so it's a good question. And of course, mostly I believe this is intuition and understanding of and attitude towards money, of how to spend them. So let me be correct. Do you have a business plan before opening your business? Was it a calculated decision or spontaneous? First, it was kind of spontaneous. We did it on our own ideas, and we were working in this field, and we were not the first in this field, and we had a lot of companies which started much year before us. So when we were young at that time, and they thought that if we be able to work with the big companies on this in this field. For example, well, in our markets, almost all the people who was looking from above at us, they like either work with us or they like disappear. So you see, I would say, I give you my comment that when I and a lot of people like me, we started business, we didn't know the word business plan at that time. And I see a lot of programs which are called business plans, calculations. So, okay, once in our Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we had a brainstorm, and then we realized that if we started business plans in 1990s, we would never open any companies, because whatever you calculate, you're always beyond plus and you're in minuses. But, well, I believe that our secret for success was in having the decision making a decision and starting and working, and not thanks to what we needed, a business plan, but kind of against it. So we were involved into this process, and we gave all our powers to the business, and all these efforts came through. I believe that your key to success is also being a family, because you're not alone. You are together, and your energy is more. So what, in short, yes, what do you need from the government? Like, we have a forum of family business. We have we're inviting one of our Krasnodar representatives, and we give him the diploma, and he is in his late 60s. So may I give a word, he asked, and we gave it, and he says, like, for the whole life I've been for this moment, because my children and my grandchildren who are here, and then I understand that I've spent my life in a good way, because people respect me as a person, that I was invited into Moscow, and I've been given the diploma, the regard, the respect. So, and we understood that this is very important, that such people in the eyes of their family get the respect and support. So can you give in short? Yes, so what do you need? So we need the help from the government, the same as all the entrepreneurs need. So buying the equipment, some privileges, loan privileges and tax privileges for the industry generally. Because the main load to us is here. And of course, maybe some privileges in taxes for the production possessions, because you need to be like kind of an accountant. First, you need to buy something, and then you get a loan, and the percent is big, and then you need to start, and then you need to get profit, and you need to pay taxes for the equipment itself. And the equipment may be different. It may be small and simple, but it may be very complex. And you have already bought it, and you need to pay for that. So such things. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I suggest this great group of family couple to applaud. Thank you very much. We're expecting success from you. We count that in about 30-40 years we'll come to this forum, SEO and BRICS forum, and we'll listen to the success of your family when generations will give further their work. And now Mr. Sultanov has joined us, but we're not going to give you floor right now. Sorry, we need to listen. One of the stories of success that we just heard was that there was a dream, a salon, which you would definitely like to open. Gulnaz, you wanted that franchise, right? And a person has fulfilled their dream, bought a franchise that gives pleasure to them. I can't help giving a word to Agnesa Arnoldovna, chairman of the board directors of the Russian Franchising Association. You know, Agnes, all people who work these entrepreneur small businesses, we we visit in various forums, we know each other, and we know what you're going to talk about. We try to convince everyone that small business is great, and small business representatives listen to us, sometimes very attentively, sometimes not, because in life it's much harder, and then it sounds from the stage. But why do I need that? Franchises on one hand is a decision for our entrepreneurs, because you buy a full package. Because those people who only enter the enter the business field and haven't crossed this field of business yet, we don't. They don't really understand all these relationships with various departments. So, have you ever thought about the franchises that are most most successful? Do you think that a franchise is for single people who have decided to have their own business, or is that a family business? So, Elena Nikolaevna, I can't help saying that there's always a great, beautiful atmosphere in sections concerning family business and small family business. All these examples of success of various families of different generations can't mesmerize us. We understand that small business in family representation has a fundamental past and is going to have a great, colossal future. Franchising is a family subject. Here we can look at these on two different sides. On the first hand, it's the family itself. Unfortunately, you're without your wife today. It's a family business. Wife, husband, grandparents, and their children. It's one story when you can show a franchisor who has made up this idea and hands it to further generation. A franchising team is a family where you have your rights, and we have such examples of various families across the whole country, and rules are just as in family. They work as well as in family. Trust, relying on each other, and help. All these directions that have been existing for several decades are great. And on our behalf, it's been developing greatly, about 19%. It's within world statistics and SEO and BRICS statistics as well. We're speaking about the direct family business when family couples and others are busy in that. About 30% of business franchising family business. If we speak about entrepreneurship, that's family business again, and the number of families who involvement in this business is even higher. It's like education, medicine, environment, etc. Their percentage can reach 50-60%. If we speak about this social business, they're about 20%, and in franchising is social business as well. It's a very serious support of society. And franchising such subjects, topics as well, female can reach high percentages like beauty industry and sport industry. Yeah, and that's, of course, family and franchising is synergetic potential, and we welcome all the initiatives on behalf concerning legislative support that you are developing right now. Tendency of development does exist, and we can see this, and we collaborate with the government. I can't avoid saying about that as a representative of social sphere, and family franchising is being developed greatly, and we collaborate with cities, and this program Nikolskaya Street and franchising association is going to give good suggestions of privilege openings. There are reliable franchises in our catalog. Educational layer is being supported, and we work with regional departments. We have a lot of conferences, etc., and with the Ministry of Development there's a great work, and we find support for our small business, and educational, conferential, and consultational activity is being held. And I should say about the fact that in Moscow we found original support, and all those who are looking for support have actually had it, and that conversation for for foreign equipment about 20-30% in concerning franchising. I wouldn't say all the opportunities that we have now, but indeed there are opportunities of using all those means of support that exist. We need to. There should be less democracy that exists right now, bureaucracy that we have right now. All those entrepreneurs shouldn't be afraid of those paperwork that now exist. There shouldn't be people who are not really truthful. Back to our franchise and family business, concluding this subject, national projects that we have right now are small business and medicine and education, comfortable city environment, help to solve these our problems on the side with family business. As a business representative, I represent BRPI Baskin Robbins. It was founded by cousins in 40s of the previous century. It was a huge company that started and spread it across the whole world. We have about 30% family business of Baskin Robbins in our country, and I wanted to underline that. And as a variant, not all, as an that's an alternative to big, huge businesses here. It can help to develop infrastructure on a higher level, and we can include here family businesses as Baby Club and Shokoladnitsa. I ask you to develop family businesses because we believe in good traditions.
And with the support of our government, we hope that we'll all solve all these things. And thank you for the enthusiasm in this field and respect that you consecutively continue. So you see, from sweets section, we pass on to the ice cream section. But I would like to speak about one more point. When we speak about the family business, you know what we met, especially in the regions? One member of the family is registering as one individual businessman, and all other members of the family just work together, and they're not registered. It is now going to be kind of shadow sector. And we met a lot of businessmen who agreed to speak with us. And they said, no, come on, 40 documents for each person. We don't need that. But when the state said that they need to make this shadow sector open, so we looked through the family business. We looked this problem through this matter. And we understand that we need to legalize such people. And this is what we were speaking about, the family patent for the president. So let's all the family be legal, and they all will be working. So we have 4 regions that have the pilot projects, and they have different different measures. So the general number of all those who are in the shadow, they just are very careful about that, because, okay, we legalize now, and in a month you give us the tax that that will destroy us. So Tatarstan, for example, so Farid Sulfanovich, it would be a sin not to give you the floor because you're here and we don't have a lot of men here. Though, and I have a complex of questions to you, of course, about the self-employed. So how do you understand, how do you measure what is happening? Because you're a minister of economy, of course you're interested not to have the shadow sector, and plus the family business, of course, your republic, the Tatarstan, is always considered to be a family region. Idyllic picture of this. Oh, you see, we have a very sweet section today. We speak about the good things, and how such a family business project is important for your republic, and how new it is for you. So how interesting it is for you, and is it correct to speak about that, and how are you going to develop that? Good afternoon. Thank you very much to everyone who has given me floor here. And I would like to start with asking a question, because we know the forums, different kinds of forums. With everyone here, does anyone know what is the idea and the concept of self-employed? Yes, some people know it. So you ask us here, who is self-employed here? Probably they will say yes. Do we have anyone who is registered as a self-employed? Yes, one from India. One guess. But you're registered in Tatarstan, unfortunately. In Delhi. In Bombay. So, dear friends and colleagues, this is a new category which has started recently. So, and when we spoke about the influence to the family, and it does have influence already, and I will give you some retrospective to that. If we had this institution of self-unemployance, we would have already forgotten about such sectors, shadow sectors, and others. Because sometimes all the income should be taxed, or at least calculated and systemized. We have come to this only now, and Tatarstan, as you have noticed, is one of the leading regions, and we have some pilots projects, and we have 30,000 of Tatarstan residents, not only citizens of Tatarstan and our, for example, neighbors from Bashkortostan too, who have the business in our territory. They are registered as self-employed. And the legislative system allows that. So what is the system? So you raise your hands, so you see, then you know this. And I will remind you that this is a simple, simplified structure of taxes. And 4% for physical people and 6% for legislative persons. But we believe individual businesses will disappear. This sphere will disappear with the self-employed sector appearing and working. We had some negative ideas about that, but we haven't met any of them. We may give some results and aims, and we may say that it hasn't happened. 30,000. So out of this, can you calculate the shadow sector? So our colleagues from the statistics, they give very high numbers, around 300,000. 300,000. So you legalized 10% of this. So it weren't we who legalized that. So it was our colleagues. So yeah, they just did. So I want to stipulate once again, this is a voluntarily measure, and it's a big difference. So so then there appeared mothers who bake, and they appeared at the market, and it was there was a matter of discussion, because the companies who work and pay taxes, and they were rather suspicious about these players on the market. But successfully and happily, we haven't met the a lot of claims about that. So conscious is the best controller, and it works. This concept, it works. A very wide spectrum of professions, from taxi drivers. There we have teachers. And we know that people controlling bodies check if the money goes on the card regularly in big amount. They check it. So we met that, and we see the difference, and but the biggest motive turned out to be the unique one, and our partners had work, and between of those who are thinking about being self-employed, they the biggest point turned out to be that people want, they show respect to being a legitimate citizen, because, well, I use hospitals and all these things at state facilities, and they had this idea of like paying taxes, that if once we asked 1,000 people, we thought that this motive would be very, very low, but it turned out to be one of the biggest motives, which is interesting. And we try to adequately estimate the motives of such people. 2.4 million, so this is our income. so then one more risk that we were speaking about, which is called making cash. And this shadow markets who can use this making their money in cash. So what do you speak? So if they are some not self-employed. So we speak about the traditions. For example, here in Bashkiria we have a very long-rooted family grounds. So and self-employed people, they say like, for example, well, I have one oven in my house and I cook there. So what do you think? Will my mother help me or not? Of course she will. But this is the unemployment. 6% of the turnover is taxes. For those who work with the income 2.4, and for them billions, so 6% for them is a big amount. That's so, and then this self-employed people, they don't get pensions and all these things, and they ask for this matter because why do we pay this 6% for? And this is for making them legal. Let's turn to the family business. If we speak about the family patent, but not the one person, but the whole family got lists into this patent, and they work. So what do you think? Well, I believe that this is a good tool, but the potential of self-employed people is not full yet. The biggest amount of this people are waiting for being legalized. Whether this person is working in his house or garage, so he is inseparable from his family. You see that the first self-employed person was the ministry of was the minister. So he has a family too, who was registered. So when you say that our colleagues who are working for the state, we have some colleagues who have registered, but with some limitations. So, for example, my deputy minister is registered as a self-employed because he has a free apartment and he is renting it legally. So he is paying taxes. But then it turned out that he can't do it because he is a state personnel. So. But of course, we see that in such cases, their income will go to the family. So we see that this is a family. We see young self-employed people. Yesterday, Rustem Minikhanov, the president of the Tatarstan, he addressed the conference. He showed one young guy who is 14. Who is registered as self-employed, so he doesn't have a father, and he started making cheese, and this business allowed me to buy a new bicycle, and the whole hall was applauding him, because at 14 he's a guy with great competences, but without generally, without the help of his mother, he can't work, but with the help of this employment system, he can. And talking about this tool, I would like to say that we have a lot of development institutions, and the foundation of the development of small cities. Unfortunately, for the self-employed people, we don't have that much number. And as one of the suggestions, I would like to stipulate that when we go to this mode, that our republic, I believe that your republic will join us in here too. And we're now discussing the regions who will join us. That we may say that we need to develop this project, and sometimes, you know, the amount like 30 or 50,000 rubles may be enough to start to buy a refrigerator, for example, of such kind of. So now we may say that we do a job and we realize different projects and strategies. For example, we made our self-employed people to work through this site that we are working on, and it was great that, for example, we addressed. So I would like to ask you to add up a line, not only self-employed, but family businesses. Of course, yes, when this such status appears, we will, of course, introduce that. But I would like to stipulate that this idea and potentials of self-employed is not opened fully. And we need to go through the definite routes to get success. Sometimes we make mistakes, sometimes we work in making autonomous organizations. We have different kinds of problems and matters and issues, but of course by solving any of them we see the response, and that this tool works. That sometimes have passed and it is successful, and we have a lot of self-employed people. So, dear guests, take a look. The Minister of Economy, there is the project of self-employed. He is very great in understanding the topic he is talking about, and we need the legal definition of family business, so that we may be sure in what we're discussing as the same as he is. Because the family business, I believe this is the base for making all types of business. So unfortunately, we need to move to the next session, and everyone is nervous about our being over time. We have the guests from India, and I've been looking for them, and I would like to give the floor to them. So, Sheitrali Vusli and Teva Lavo, I would like to give them the floor. The family matter, so let them speak about 2 minutes about the business and their experience. Just to fly here, would like to listen to you.
Good evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for inviting us. Both of us are very happy to be here today to be able to share our experience from India. I'm going to quickly introduce myself and our company. My name is Chaitrali Bhosle, and I'm from India. And today I'm representing my family business here, along with my colleague and partner, Mr. Teva Lavo, who's from France. The name of our company is Sai Siddha. We are an EPC manufacturing company who makes sugar plants, power plants, distilleries, and refineries. So as far as our story goes, we started as a small family-owned business, and today we are a global business, which is run by the second generation, which is us. Today, 70% of our business is international, with a strong focus on Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In this morning's session, it was very encouraging for us to see that the regional government of UFA is extending support to SMEs and encouraging entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. And we are here today to identify these SMEs and take them to the global marketplace with us. We truly believe that SMEs are the drivers of international trade, and we would love to share our journey, and Mr. Tewa will speak more about our personal experience.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, about my personal experience, I just wanted, because we're running out of time, so I'm going to be quick. I just wanted to say that now I live in India, but I come from France, and I saw the benefits of family business, even with big groups such as Louis Vuitton, Michelin, and Hermes. We see the benefits of it through corporate social responsibility, trust, even in terms of strategy and decision-making, and values behind the brand and the company. As somebody mentioned before, the world is changing. So I think we should ask ourselves if family business is a good solution for the world to come, because we know that in agriculture and in industry, family business is very relevant, a very good system to run a business. Now we see that in services, we don't have a lot of family business. And we should ask the question if family business, if the flexibility required by the new technologies will allow family business to be relevant anymore or not.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. So indeed, the family business can be flexible, because the connection of something that is very difficult to combine, but by combine this is all that all our businessmen need. So we used to talk and to speak each other that this winning for both is the common winning. Yeah. So the problems in family are the common problems. So in family business, all the winnings, all the winning things are mutual, but all these problems are divided into small businesses, because notwithstanding, no matter what country and no matter what problems they meet, and no matter how government helps, and it's great that you may share this issue and matter into parts, and you may share it with your family. It's another story. So I wish to all of you who are already in the family business, multiply, teach your children, give birth to more and more grandchildren, because we need to inherit our business into the future. Who is not in the family business, think about making it family business, because the atmosphere of kindness and attention that we have met even together today, it's the idea that you're not the one who's crossing the barriers. So, and it's wish you all the success with all the future generation of family businesses. Thank you very much. Sir, you may sit closer. We are not that much of us here. Where to look? So let us start. Dear colleagues, we are a bit out of time. We are just a bit late. So good afternoon to everyone who is here, our guests and our local colleagues who are in our section. We have the business forum, but I believe that the topic of folkloriada is actual and up to date, not only for us, but for the business too. So I would like to speak for about 1 hour and a half and to discuss all the matters that we're going to meet next year. And next year is the large-scale cultural event in our republic and in our country. We're going to have the Worldwide Folkloriada. This event will happen in July and August next year. International. This is the main event of Seoul.